Testing. Welcome to episode 150 of Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our story features Sims 4 gameplay, occasionally we do some building, and we also sometimes use a website to create virtual magazines also. But for the most part, we tell the story of these 8 main characters and what's been going on with them in the year 2008. It is currently that year, and at that time, the magazine is 10 years old. In 2004, Beauty Magazine was merged with another magazine called Blush and Bloom, and it changed the way the magazine was. And we'll get into more of that in a little while. In the meantime, you have a good evening too, Daniel. We're going to do our playlist link. And we will put in this one. To start off this episode, rather than going through and telling the story of everybody, I want to actually make like an intro type thing. I want to go to the website where I make the magazines, and I want to make a little introduction magazine if I don't already have one. Let me see. Have I already done this? This is the website, fliphtml5, where I do the different things. Where I pretend to make the magazine. This is our April 2008 issue, the one that we've done the most work on. We have currently sent this issue to the publisher, and to be sent out to the stores and subscribers and whatnot. So we are working on the May issue now, but going slow here. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Welcome to Beauty Magazine. This is a pretend magazine that I have been putting together using the Sims 4 video game. I have a series on YouTube where I live stream playing the game and making this magazine. Disclaimer, these articles are fake. Please do not follow any advice in this magazine unless you do some proper research first. For example, if I have an article about using peas as a diet food, please do so at your own risk, as I am not an expert. Repeat, the articles are fake. You can find my channel at, YouTube at Purple Bubble Storytelling Gamer, which you are currently watching if you are watching this. And here is our original all-together thumbnail. We have an advertisement for Baby Bear brand laundry detergent, some hair dryers, a fashion spread for April showers, you need raincoats, and then some pastel options, some boots to go with it, our Golly Hoppers galoshes, and I borrowed this image from the game on one of their billboards. I started work on a nail polish article for testing the nail polish. This is a cooking together article that I started working on. Very few things have I actually finished. For the most part, I talk out loud and kind of make things, but it's a little hard for me to make everything. I I don't always have time to make everything. So, now this is one of the few that I actually kind of finished. This is our writer, fitness writer Cassandra Elaine Powers. She was at the gym, and she saw that people were using punching bags there and wondered, you know, can you have one at home? Is it any good? Is it a good workout? And that's when she met Marcus Flex, and he helped her out with that. And we have the, It's Amber poster. And this is the same model doing two different advertisements. One's for the facial mask, Ocean Mist brand facial masks. I did this by having her stand in front of she's in a basement standing in front of a pool with a window behind her. And then our article with Catching Up with Penny Pizzazz that I did the most work on. It still didn't quite get finished, but for the most part, I said what was going on for all the time that I was working on this. I repeated it over and over again, her whole story of what she's been doing for the past 10 years and how she was kind of absent for a little while and her hair grew back out from this shortcut. You know, it started to grow and she did the bubbles thing, and some of this is still draft stuff. This is from the game. I just changed this to say Lily. It's Lily brand perfume. Or the Lily perfume by another brand. Relax, you've got Sunfruit sunscreen. Relax, you've got Sunfruit sunscreen. Cool shades. And as I mentioned earlier, if I have an article about can you lose weight eating peas, well, what I've written in this article, I was Googling. The stuff I Googled could be wrong. For the most part, it's not a good idea to eat nothing but peas, from what I gather. You can get a lot of gas and bloating and stuff. It's not really a good thing to do. But you can use it as mix-ins to other things to, you know, it's a healthier option than, you know, if you fill up on a little bit more peas and less on other things, you know, other things could be a little less fatty and stuff like that. So, you know, and then some more filler pages for taking up space. So, yeah. We've got these are makeovers that I had my hair and beauty writer do as she's becoming a cosmetology apprentice at a salon. This is our current work on the May issue. However, there's been a snag. Our cover model here has gone off and started her own magazine. And, well, that's kind of thrown a wrench into our plans. We don't know that she's done that yet. But upcoming in the story, those are things that will happen. This is our original cover when Penny Pizzazz was on it 10 years ago in March of 1998. This was another magazine. This is still around. This is like the Walmart of magazines, or I mean the Macy's of magazines. Nobody beats it. It's like Vogue. It's, you know, everybody's heard of Gloria's Guide magazine. Okay, it's the like artsy magazine. You know, chances are if somebody's in this, they're wearing one of the most expensive gowns, etc., etc. Blush and Bloom is the magazine that got merged into ours. Our magazine didn't look like this when it started. It wasn't what Beatrice Ullbright intended. She wanted something that was more about individual beauty and not all these clickbaity titles. You know, she wasn't trying to get people to pick up the magazine while they're standing in the checkout line. She wanted something different, less about the pretty face and supermodels and all that. Just, in general, beautiful things. The idea that anything could be beautiful. You know, and she was working her way towards that over her first 6 years of running her magazine before it got merged. The people who run Blush and Bloom were working under Beatrice Ullbright after the merger. She has since fired them, and recently they have gone and started their own magazines. Iama Oldervich came out with her Fashion Passion magazine. Faison Beach has Faison Revista, which, unless it's wrong, Google Translate said that Revista is the word for magazine. Maybe it's not the right one. And I accidentally got the word paused in there. Whatever. It's because I was using the screenshot tool to get that picture. And then here's Ciabon. I pronounce it Ciabon. I don't want to hear it if anybody doesn't like that. But this is Ciabon Fires, not Shaban. She's the paragon of fashion. She's starting her own magazine now. And then I just made this one in the last episode. This is Holly Glam, which has, kind of like hologram, but Holly Glam. Now, there is apparently a Hollywood Glam magazine out there, or something like that. I don't care. I tried looking for just the word Holly Glam, and nothing was popping up. So, it was all Hollywood Glam, but not Holly Glam. So, but for now, this is a celebrity magazine. And then Poison Polish is a magazine that the former staff writers of Blush and Bloom they found another publisher and started their own magazine because they didn't want to work for Beauty Magazine. Or maybe they were like, as part of the downsizing effort, maybe they were let go. And it could have even been, like when Faison and Iama were second and third in command, they were kind of in charge of some of the HR things, and they might have fired their own writers. They might have been mad at them for letting Beauty Magazine have more sales than them and lashed out against them. So that's what's going on with those things. What I want to do today I want to make something like this. One of these wider flip books. By the way, this is also something I made where it's like, finding a new hairdresser, and they're like role-playing. She's not actually getting her hair cut. It's a wig, but... And then somehow that... I think I got that in the wrong order or something. But, anyway. I want to go in. We started this in January, so... looks like January 25th was when we started this venture. We had people in the conference room having a little meeting. And then here they are all gathered for the conference, their meeting about finishing up the March issue and getting the April issue ready. Okay, I think I deleted things that I didn't want to delete. I might have. I think I assumed I didn't want to use those anymore, and I deleted them. I could be wrong, but yes, I did. I deleted all the original pictures. That's okay. I got these at least, so I can start with these. So what I want to do is I want to take these and stretch it out to 1224. All right. Okay. I want to try to put in bios next to these and make a little magazine type thing. Okay. So yes, we are going to make a magazine about the magazine. And we're going to use our secondary font, Modern number 20. So bear with me, folks. This is going to be a little bit less gameplay while I'm doing this, and I apologize for that, but these are the things that I can't do these things. I can't do them offline. I got to do these while I'm on stream. I don't want to hide things from you all. So hopefully this is not too boring. Then again, hey, I'm not sleeping right now, so it's got to be better than that, right? Unless you'd rather watch me sleep. You never know. Control C, just in case. Alright, I don't know if anybody can read any of that or not, but let's try. Nope. It's just too. It seems like it's too much unless I use the blue. Okay. All right, so we're gonna let that go. File. Save as. Let's do a new folder. Okay. Okay, I have not made one of these things in a while, but let's try. Let's make one using. Where is it? This one? No. No. Um. All right. Got that. No, we don't want to. We don't want to do that. Undo. Okay, that's right. We want to split the other ones into 2 pieces each. That's what we want to do. So this is our cover. Okay. So do we have one like this? Okay, let's copy this. Because I'd rather do, because when you duplicate, it doesn't count against you as if you started a new one. They they like your uploads have like limits per day and stuff, and but they don't count that when you're doing this. Okay. Um. Yeah. I guess I already had one made. Oh, okay. I stretched this one and did that to it. Okay. So let's. Okay, so I gotta actually like split that in half. All right. Okay. Yeah, that works. Because I start off with this, and I'll mention that it's the year's 2008, but we were actually started in the other one, in the 1998. And then Dana's picture will be here. So let's start with that. Heck, I could even just do that. Oh, wait, Jocelyn would be first. And then Beth is after that. Okay. And then at the bottom, we start with Caroline. All right, let's okay, I don't know what to. Okay. So I just want to leave a couple of these things here. All right. All right. So I want to I might update some of these. I mean, for starters, I kind of want to do like a little bit newer version of some of these. Like maybe after I do hers, do an updated thing, what they're doing currently. Like, for example, Beatrice is currently at home with her buddy, was it Bobby Wynn? A lady named Bobby Wynn, who is also fought cancer and is like her positivity coach type thing. Maybe have a page with Jocelyn and her family, a page with Dana and her niece, her young niece, and tell, that's probably what I'll do. Get like group photos of everybody and stuff. Show what they're doing. Just kind of, Caroline. Caroline has now married Brookwater Creek, and they suddenly have quadruplets. I mean, it's technically two sets of twins on the same day, but when you consider that they had the babies with each other, it's one way to go about it, two different mothers, two sets of twins, but it's quadruplets, Close enough. Okay, Misty and Wally and her mama and their flower shop and stuff, and Cassandra and her mother, Cody and her horses and her mom and grandma, and her dad too. Her dad's still alive. They're just living in different houses. I think I established that. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do for a little bit here. Because I get a little, as much as I love telling the story, sometimes I just want to get into an episode, and it'd be nice if I could just flip through this little magazine thing real quick and just say, hey, if anybody wants to know more, go back and pause the video and read it. Just once in a while. So, and plus it's a magazine I can actually complete but keep updating. It is basically the beauty magazine. So yeah, let's do that. We can just a reminder for those who have not been watching lately. Jocelyn, our second in command, she did not have an interest in fashion. She was a college intern here at the magazine who took over the second and third in command duties when Beatrice fired Iama Oldrovich and Faison Beach from Blush and Bloom after the merger, and Jocelyn is becoming interested in fashion now that she has the job, and other magazines and publications and such are starting to court her. They want her to come work for them. So she's dealing with that and trying to run this magazine, not knowing that she's fully running it with Beatrice not around, because Beatrice has only said she's on vacation. She didn't say she's battling cancer. So, And all my writers are suddenly doing things besides just work. They've all got stories. They've all got family things they're doing. So there's complications. It's full blown a whole Sims world of stuff going on, and we got all kinds of characters. So next up, let's get what we will do. All right. One moment. I'm going to be wiping my screen with some screen cleaner. Because it's too hard to tell whether or not I've got smudges on the screen or if it's dots left over from text and things on here. So there we go. Jocelyn Lattimore. All right. So Beatrice Okay. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay. Yeah. Cool. This one's going to be a challenge. Okay. Nope. That might be better. What about green? How about Okay, this, it fits. Okay, so as long as it fits, I can always read it if I need to. I can narrate it. Okay, now the next part has recently changed again. Well, I can always put this on the update part, or I mean, I don't have to do the whole thing, but I could, we'll see. Um, anyway, let's, her father. Bridget. Okay. Bridge with a T. All right, we're going to leave that for now. I can always fix it. Well, just leave it. See, that's what I don't. I wish I could reselect this text and make it bigger now without making it bigger using the resize. I don't want to have to type all that out again. All right. Caroline. All right. I'll be right back. The baseball game's in a commercial. I'm going to warm up my coffee real quick. I need to stretch my legs and get off my butt anyway. Sometimes this bed hurts to sit on like this. Okay. So, okay. So I wanted to get the names. So currently, Caroline and Brooke, and they have Clifton, aka Blue Jean Diamond, because he was a surprise. After the first three were born, I came back and all of a sudden Clifton was there. So, we got Blue Jean Diamond, I'm not going to say whether boys or girls on here. I mean, we've got two of each according to, you know, the picture. They look like whatever, but in the interest of, given that it's June right now, I'm not saying whether they're boys or girls. Given the fact that these are science children of two lesbians, they don't have to choose. We don't have to choose what they are. Here's our character that really had the big, early on, the big story. Oh, will you shut up a bunch of damn pretzel pizza already? I'm getting tired. You know, it really sucks when you got a baseball team that's sponsored by a damn pizza company, and every freaking commercial, it's whatever the latest pizza is. And I like Little Caesars pizza, but it gets really annoying listening to the commercials, every commercial. I don't watch TV anymore. This is my TV. What you're watching right now is my TV. I've got a TV in here. The only time it ever gets turned on is if the internet's not working. But the only TV I get is the 15 minutes twice a day in the break room at the grocery store. And then in the car on the way to work, I have my Belinda Carlisle CD. I don't have any commercials playing during that, so the only time I'm exposed to commercials is while I'm listening to the stupid Tiger game or the Lions game. But it's just every commercial. It's, you know, if you're listening to the Lions game, well, every commercial is a Ford commercial. But it's just back in 2009 when I first moved up to this area and was trying to get a job before I ended up at the grocery store the first time. I had applied to a Little Caesars because it was only like a block away. And just going in there to get pizza and fill out that application, well, at the time they had their lunch combo, the $5 thing. But I walked in there, up by the menu boards in the middle of the place, they had a TV that was just playing the commercials nonstop. All the TV commercials over and over again. The door had a doorbell thing on it, so when you opened it, it went bite, bite, sip, sip, do the combo mambo. And I am really glad that they didn't call me back for that job. I probably would have killed myself. Or smashed those things. Now, they got rid of those within like a year or so after that. But it's bad enough having to listen to on the commercial during the ball game, but to actually work there, it's bad enough at the grocery store where I got to listen to the same commercials over and over again. But 100% fresh. There's no fucking thing as 100% fresh. I'm alive and I'm not 100% fresh. Okay. You know, the fruit on a tree is not 100% fresh. It's still getting attacked by bugs, even if you're spraying the shit. You know, the ocean is like 1,000 miles away, okay? We're not getting fresh fish. It's got to get on a boat, a train, a plane, something before it gets to us. And it's going to a warehouse first. You know, what day did you get that fish? We get it like every other day, okay? We don't get it every day, every other day, okay? I'm sorry, that's the truth. And it's my job to put that fish away in the Tupperware containers at night. And then in the morning, the seafood manager when he's setting up the thing, gets to decide whether that fish is still good enough to put back in that case or not. It's not necessarily going to be the fresh, out of the box stuff. And sometimes it doesn't get a markdown. Instead, it gets weighed up with a different number on the scale with a lower price. So it's marked down, but it's not marked down with a reduced sticker on it like the other items. So then we got to deal with people. It says it's reduced, but it don't have a price on it. Like that's because the price that you're looking at is the reduced price. It's usually more than that. Yeah, because the printed tag, the usual printed tag, the big one, has the price. And then he'll take a blank yellow and red reduced sticker and put that on there, letting people know that it's reduced. But the reduced tag does not have a price on it, like when we scan other items. So it confuses people, and I get it. Joy! Y'all have to forgive me, folks. I mean, these are like my babies, okay? You know? It's been 150 episodes. I just... You know, I mean, if somebody's new to watching this or newer, you just have to realize I've been active since January 25th. Almost every night. I've put everything into this. Um, you know, and those of you who have been around, like I mentioned at the end of the last episode earlier today, I do appreciate whether it's been 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours, however much you've watched. I appreciate you watching it. It's not about the likes and such with me. I hope that what I'm making is enjoyable. You know, I does it help encourage me if people are liking? Yeah, and I'd love to see that. But at the same time, the main thing is do people like what I'm making? Are they actually liking it? Not just clicking a like button out of some obligation because that's what everybody does on YouTube. Like, um, okay, I forgot to write some of the other stuff about Jocelyn. I'll have to go back in there and kind of add some of that. Oh, okay. Need to stop over here. Okay, and then we have one more of our original characters here. And let's see. Okay, I did not write out her stuff, so I will have to write it out. Um, so she lives. Her grandma Sedona, her mother Nico. And then her dad is a veterinarian up here, Dr. Hudson Polar. And no, he's not a former race car driver. Was he a horse rider racer? Nah, I don't know if he is. Well, maybe he raced horses, but it's not like, it's not like he didn't like have a crash or anything. He's not the Hudson Hornet. We're not doing that. I named him Hudson because the I don't know. Hey, this is the Detroit area. We grew up with Hudson department stores. Okay, so I didn't know anything about no Hudson Hornet until the movie Cars. So, and even that was after Hudson Hawk. I didn't even watch that movie, but that movie was out. So it's like that was like it's like okay. There's Hudson's department store, and we have the Hudson's Parade every Thanksgiving. Then they got bought out by Marshall Fields, and then after a few years, Macy's bought them out. But Marshall Fields of Chicago, and then Macy's of New York. but yeah. Anyway. Okay, first of all, right here, EA forums, it gets cold and snows. I watch train cams, the virtual rail fan and such on YouTube. Flagstaff, Arizona gets a lot of snow. Okay, don't be. This here is bullshit. Okay, it snows in Arizona. It might be a dry snow, but it's a snow. Now, the only reason I'm looking this up like this is because we also have Strangerville. And this rock is more red like Sedona. But at the same time, this could be more like New Mexico. With the fact that it's got the alien lab and all that. But then there's a crater in Arizona. Anyway, we're just going to say that it's in Chestnut Ridge. For this part, I'm not going to necessarily say what state it is at the moment because I still haven't made up my mind. I originally said that Chestnut Ridge was in Arizona, and I'd like to stay with that, but and I named the grandma Sedona. One moment. Gotta turn the ball game off. That did not go very well. Oh well, can't win them all. But at least they're winning most of them. If you're an Oriole fan, you're a little bit happier today. Actually, make a little more sense to do that. I'm not. See, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily want to say they're divorced. Maybe they're just separated at the moment. Because first of all, she's still got the, because I just came up with this stuff the other day with the father. She's got the, not that I can't change it, but you know what? Let's not even bother with that part. Let's just say, um, name's Nico like Nikon, just like Cody is Kodak Polaroid. And then, we just went over why he's Dr. Hudson. I mean, he's a vet of the other stuff, other animals too, but he's mainly the horse vet. Okay. Click save on that. Okay, so we have Beauty Magazine, The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The year is 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. The articles in the magazine are fake, blah, blah, blah. These are our characters. Beatrice Ullbright. Started a simple magazine in 1998 about simple beauty, but her once thriving small magazine was merged in 2004 with Blush and Bloom and mangled into something else, and she is sickened by it. Literally. She feels helpless to regain her inspiration. It's now 2008. To make matters worse, her publisher Simon Barnes of Regency Publishing has given her 3 months to get her sales up, or he may get rid of her magazine when he completes his acquisitions of other publishers and magazines. She has a small chance of keeping her magazine if she can find another publisher. But she has recently been diagnosed with cancer and has taken time off to have her treatments. She has not told anyone at the magazine about her cancer. I don't even know what kind she has because she hasn't told me. Story-wise, she will not die from it. But no one in the story knows that. Okay, I didn't really leave enough room to write the rest of the things. I mean, technically I did if I were to shrink this like I did on Dana's page. And use the 17 instead of the 20. But I was going to write about her parents. But we can do that when I go to add in like the secondary pages. The like updated things if I, like pictures of them and their families. I like to do that. Jocelyn Lattimore was an intern that was never into fashion or beauty. She did the internship at Beauty for college. She impressed Beatrice with how well she did and how much workload she could handle. Beatrice, after butting heads with her 2 senior staff members, the former heads of Blush and Bloom magazine, fired them and gave their job titles to Jocelyn in a very short time. In other words, she fired I'm Oldervich first and gave Jocelyn her job. And then soon after, she had enough of Faison Beach and gave Jocelyn his job too. And both of the salaries. And frankly, a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that she was starting to feel worn down and didn't want to have to go through an interview process to find someone else when, as long as she has Jocelyn, she figured she had enough help to keep things going. Not knowing that she was about to be diagnosed with cancer, but she figured at least the 2 of them could work things out and keep the thing going. You know, she's just tired of arguing with people and just, you know, just trying to keep the family going, you know? The good people. Not dealing with somebody new who's going to want to do their own thing, and we don't need another fashion bitch coming to work for us. She has done well doing the work of two people. Little does she realize she is about to be running a magazine herself, even though Beatrice may not actually tell her she is on her own. Beatrice will still be around about 1 to 2 times per month or issue, to put them to bed, as they say in publishing. She has begun to embrace the world of beauty and fashion in an effort to know her job better and not feel like an outsider. And what I didn't type there was her father died at sea. He was a sailor on a merchant ship, you know, one of them container ships or whatever. She's from Evergreen Harbor. Her mother remarried. Her mother, Jacinda, remarried a man named Dale Sheridan, and he's a good man. He's never been a pain in the ass stepdad type. He's not a dictator. You know, nothing. He's a good man. They all got along. They're very proud of, you know, Jocelyn. Just, you know, she's a good kid. Never got into any trouble or nothing, and studied hard and got to college. And even though they lived in a poorer neighborhood, she was able to get the grants and whatever she needed to go to college. Maybe not necessarily a big scholarship or anything, but enough to get her through college to pursue her dreams of becoming a journalist. And I think I need to kind of write that too, because, yeah, I think I need to rewrite her page a little bit here. Because considering what we've been talking about lately. So yeah, let's reopen her page. I don't know. Do I want to do that right now or not? No, I'll skip it for now. We can do that on another day. I would like to do a little bit of gameplay today or something. I want to do something in this episode. Maybe get taking the picture group photos or something. Um, is it possible to do a group photo? I mean, I know you can do a photo holding something, so maybe if they all stood while holding a baby. Have you already stood up? I mean, I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, pull to stand. Alright. That's gotta be the light coming through the window or something. Or I think that's the light coming off of these. Yeah. Alright, Timmy, what are you doing? You're dancing. Looks like you're wearing that because you just came back from you were at the Geek Con wearing that. Okay. Is it possible for them to do this? I know we can get a group photo using the other kind. At least I think I know. I'm not gonna die on that sword, but. Why would that not be in this section? You know? You got these here. Why can't you move the other ones here? Or move them here with these other cameras. The hell? Oh well, I was trying to make that easier, but nope. I have to look for it. In here, just in case, I'm going to put one of these out here. Am I just blind? I guess. Alright, well, I made a pot of coffee when I was up that last time, so I'm gonna go get some. I'll be right back. Maybe when I come back, I'll have some fresh eyes to see where that stupid thing is. Maybe I'll search for the word studio instead. I have combined 9 years. Okay. I am back. Let's get off this screen. Get this hoodie off because I'm starting to get a little bit too hot. What is this? Strip Sims? Yeah, it's Strip Sims. What kind of game is that? I don't know. It's Strip Sims. That ain't it. Okay, I'm starting to get very concerned right now. Where the hell is this damn thing? Alright, let's try Get Famous. I forget what pack it was, but and it had this thing on it. Do I have a room with it? Did I make any rooms with that thing in it? Okay, well, I didn't make this, but somebody else did. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, joy, we have a house with no frickin' roof. There it is. Alright. The only problem is... Oh, did I click on... Okay, well, I guess I clicked undo on the whole thing. Alright. Oh, you weren't able to put it down, remember? Oh, yeah. So when you clicked undo, you weren't getting rid of this, you were getting rid of the thing that you pasted. Or, you got rid of the room. Okay. So... somehow we have to come up here. Yeah. Alright, well, let's get a staircase really quick. You mean like one of these? Yeah. Alright. Alright, we got the babies here. That's step one. You. Get up here. Stop sitting down and get here. No, we don't need to be formal. However, you're going to click on Blue Jean. You're going to change him into... And he's already wearing it. Okay. And you pick up Heartlight. And... Okay, so it has to be... With this one, it's got to... Okay. So we can get pictures of them holding... So if I did individual pictures... Or I could have them... I think I could just have them standing on the photo thingies. The thingies? Yeah, the thingies. Oh, there we go. The question is, do I want it like that or not? Well, it represents what the house looks like down there. True. Then again, we could do the nursery paper. No, not that one. This one. Okay, we need to have it broken up some. So somehow we've got to have Yeah, that's better. Well, it was better until the light decided to screw it up. Stop do. Will you stop that? Alright, the problem is I'm going to have them stand on the marks holding the babies or something because either that or we got to invite somebody over to hold one of the babies or something. Somehow. I mean, it's not right to have them. Well, you could put them in high chairs sitting in front of them. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. We can put them in high chairs. So at least we can try it this way. Caroline, you are going to hold Brooke. And Brooke is going to hold Caroline. Well, I mean, not hold, but, you know, pose with. Let's Let's get another version of Heartlight without the sunglasses on. Same outfit, but without the sunglasses. I mean, I realize the whole Heartlight thing, you know, kind of... He's so bright, he's got to wear shades, but... Yeah, but he's wearing red instead of orange and all that. Yeah, well, that's not the important part here. I don't want him to be camouflaged. That's not, you know, I color coded everything else for ease, but oh, I had the wrong person doing the wrong thing. Caroline, you're messing it. Alright, who's farting? You stop with that stuff. Can we, there's no way to get rid of that without, turning the headline effects off. I think Brooke and you and her should be first, or at the very least in the middle. Dummy, you're not going to be able to see whether or not you did that or not. Because you turn the plumb bob off. Are we able to hire a photographer? Caroline, you should have a I think if they were all carrot, but the problem is, I mean, is there a way to? Yeah, we've got to figure out a way to have all of that going on. I can't get another sim to take a photo unless somebody else is holding one of these babies. Or so I either have to do it this way with using a screenshot. Yeah, it's better without your sunglasses on. Hey, what's your name over there? Genesis? Could you I don't know, look at the birdie? And now Caroline's not looking. Yeah, this is not going to be easy. I almost have to take a video of this and then take a screenshot from the video. It's either that or, like, get a picture of each, like, get a picture with each one, get 4 different pictures with at least one of them looking straight ahead, then crop and copy and paste each section. Now, in order to do that, we got to have, like, Timothy and Blue Jean both looking forward, and Caroline and Brooke looking forward in each of their sections. So by that logic, right now I could get Genesis and Heartlight. Now, does he have drool on his face? A little hard to say. Okay, that's Timothy and Blue Jean. Okay, we'll get that one for Caroline for now. Get that one for Brooke. Okay, that's a good one for Brooke. Caroline, if you could just look forward. Just look forward with a bit of a smile on. Okay, we'll take that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because the look on little Brooke's face there. Yep. That's the one. All right. Hey, there's a career idea for you. You know, like you could be a fashion photographer for the little kids. You know, taking family photos. You could either do it this way and put together, you know, like put together magazines and catalogs and things like that, or you know, you don't have to stick with what the game lets you do. I mean, look at that. I just figured that out. Now, okay, so I got to go over here, and I got to use this now. But hey, we're going to have some fun with this, right? I apologize, but I'm about to scroll through these really fast because we're in the ones right here, and I got to get to the sixes. So. All right. So I believe the first one was her. So let's take this one. That's our main picture. Okay. And then this was the good one with Timothy. Oh no, it's photoshopped. I can tell. I didn't use Photoshop. I used paint. I painted it. There's just a slight difference for whatever reason. Well, you know what? You're not going to want to do it that way. You've got this one over here, right? So first you want to get the one with Brooke and put Brooke's picture here. Then Caroline. Then him on whatever the Caroline one is. You've almost got Caroline perfect there if only little Brooke here would have been looking forward. But given the one that we did get, I want the one we did get. So we're looking for this one. It might be that one. Which one do I like better? That one or... I think I like this one better. We're pretty much straight at the camera here. All right, let's aim for... Let's line it up with the walls here, because... Okay, then we can get the top lined up. Yeah. And then this gets lined up over here. Yeah. Okay, that one's pretty good. Okay, now if I were to invite over the Diamonds and and Dorothy Water Creek and have them stand on the gizmos, they could be in the family photo too. I could do the whole family now that I know how to do this. But it still would be the problem of getting somebody. I mean, Timothy doesn't necessarily have to be in the photo, but at this point, you know, he's enough of a family that he's the nanny, okay? He can be there. You know, you don't have a nanny unless you trust them like you would family. So if you can't trust a nanny like family, you know, I mean, they're not all gonna shoot Selena. Thankfully. Okay. So next up, okay, we did this one. Let's close that. Okay. We're not doing this one. So now we need Caroline's picture from here. Yeah. What are you making that noise for? Get the hell out of here with your noises. Okay, that's good. We just gotta get Timmy in there. Okay. So up here we get a piece, but down here we're just barely rubbing that. I didn't Photoshop it. I did not Photoshop it. Yeah, well, how come up here there's just a little... I did not Photoshop it. Yeah, but I can see it. It's not Photoshop. It's Microsoft Paint. It's not Photoshopped. It's painted. This is painted, not Photoshopped. Okay, so what we've got to do now, first of all, we don't want this, so get to there. And let's put it here for now. Okay, that way you're not seeing any of the other stuff. And then let's get this back to all right. Now, if we were to go zippy and zippy, yeah, and stretch this to 1224, and then bring this down. Yep. That's one possibility there. And then we split it in half. Even if we gotta like put boxes of text down here over the legs, that's not gonna hurt anything. You know, we could put, you know, Timothy, Caroline, you know, and then the baby names down here. All right, so we're gonna save that, and then we're gonna save it as 1, and save it as Yeah, but all right. You know it's not going to work, right? Because when you, unlike before, okay, dummy, dummy. No, I'm just saying, it's not. You're going to have to copy this first and do all the pasting of that first. Because otherwise, you go to copy that, yeah, and then you don't have your text anymore. At least I think that's what happens. Because I think you just pasted the image of the thing. Used to not be able to do insert image on this kind of thing. It would only be the text. Blue jean baby, LA lady. Something like that. You know, it's funny because forever in blue jeans and a diamond is forever. He's like forever, forever. You only live twice. Way to go, Clifton. Stop calling him Clifton. Look, I realize we renamed him, but still, we can still go with the Clifton angle where it's Blue Jeans a nickname. We just have to figure out what Heartlight's name is. Maybe he can be Neil. You know. Or something, I don't know. I don't know who Clifton's supposed to be, but the Sims randomly named him Clifton. Okay, this is Brooke Cherry. Cherry baby. She got the smile to move me, Cherry. She got the smile to move me. Ain't nothing in this world like a baby smiling like that, you know? You know, it's one of the few things at my job that the innocence of children that just they're saying hi. They go by, they say hi. It's like and you better say hi back. You know? You acknowledge that child. Now I'm trying my best not to be some creepy old man, but at the same time, I'm now forced to say hi to everybody. Whether I want to bother anybody or not, my company gets on my case if I don't. And we have mystery shoppers that come in and check whether or not we're saying hi to them or to the other customers. So I guess I got no choice to say hi to everybody, but baby's going by in a cart at the grocery store and they're saying hi. You better at least, you know, give a nice smile and a hi back to that baby. Don't be making that baby hate people by ignoring it. I mean, I understand that babies need to learn not to trust strangers and all that all the time, but at the same time, you don't have to be an a-hole. You know, simple hi back to them. You know. I mean, for starters, if the baby's going by and they're saying hi, it's a lot better than the baby going by screaming, crying, and fussing. So, pick your battles, people. Pick your battles. Especially considering, well, when they're that young, they're not going to be asking for the Lunchables yet, but I work the Lunchable section. It's not fun. Okay, it's not, and we've got this one kid that I'm gonna say that English is not the family's first language, and a lot of that, you know, it's like, but you can tell, like, you know, when them kids go buy them Lunchables, you pretty much got the same conversation going with their parents. You know, it's, can I have a Lunchable? Or now they want the Lunchly. The $5 Lunchlys. Think about that. Think about that. We have Lunchables, which are now, like, unless they're on sale, just the small ones, up over $2. So to have a Lunchable in your lunch every day, you're already up to $10 for a school week. If your parent were to buy that for you, that's $10. But if you were to get your kid a Lunchly every day, the big box one, that's $25. $25 for a week's worth of lunches for that kid. Just so they get to be spoiled and have a Lunchly every day. Most of the time, the parents are saying no, they can't have a Lunchly. They might get one, okay? They sure as heck ain't getting a whole week's worth. For the most part, it's probably the teens buying their own. Or adults that, adult gamers or something. Let me put it to you this way, folks. I have no fracking clue who the hell Mr. Beast is, and I don't want to know. I mean, I watch YouTube a little bit. I know certain gamers. I know most of the YouTuber one. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I know of. You got the James Turner and the Legacy and Plumbella and Vixella and Lil Simsy and but I have no clue who Mr. Beast is, if they're a gamer or a YouTuber or whatever. I mean, I've heard of Raptor only because some of the people that I'm community members with, or friends, the people that I hung around with within the last few years, like Daniel that posted here earlier, some of them know Raptor and have been like in Raptor's multiple player whatevers. But for the most part, I'm not watching most of them other popular games, the shooters and the Grand Thefts and whatever that I'm not on Twitch. I'm not on those other things. So I have a Discord, but I don't use it because every time I go on there, then I start getting emails telling me that so and so is pinging me when they're not, and I'm not putting up that crap because that's coming at me while I'm at work. I don't need my phone pings me enough as it is with bullshit. With my email and text making the same noise. That was just a little bit too close to the bottom there. I didn't like that. Okay. She's a nun? No, not that kind. Oh, she's a knot? No, she's not a knot. She's not a nun. She's not a nil. She's a sister. Perfect. We're all looking forward, or forward enough. You know, I mean, they're kind of looking forward in their direction, but same with them. They're looking forward on their line. But the room is flat. Yeah, whatever. We're not going there. Okay. For those who joined in as part of the for this episode 150, I am putting together an actual like an intro type magazine. So when I go to do my intro, I can just kind of flip through this magazine. Beauty magazine, Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The current year for our story is 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. It was started in 1998. This just happens to be my disclaimer page for the magazines. You know, it's a fake magazine. It's for my story here on YouTube. This is our original cast of characters from my original thumbnail. We have Beatrice Ullbright, about how she started a simple magazine about beauty, and, you know, it got merged with Blush and Bloom. And then she, after 4 years of dealing with the editor and senior editor of that one, she fired them and gave the job to Jocelyn, both of them. And here's Jocelyn. She was an intern who graduated college, and she wanted to become a regular journalist in news, but, you know, because she was so good at being an intern, and I gotta rewrite this to say that, but Beatrice didn't want to let her go. She's like, you know, I ain't letting you go, and then ended up firing them other two and gave her both jobs and the salaries. So she's fresh out of college, getting twice the money for the two top jobs. Well, the second and third top jobs of a magazine. And we got Dana Frost, our midlife crisis, who we got to do her family photo because she's taking care of her 1-year-old niece now. Probably should. Do I have one? Do I have a screenshot of her already standing in front of the house? With the baby? If not, I've got this here. I mean, I did that the other day. And that's a selfie with your mother for Beth. That was the birthday party. Jeez. Dana, you sure are buddies with Judith there. Oh. This is when she, before I added all the trees and stuff, when she was first moving into the baby boom house. And then when I really built it up. This is an actual house, by the way, in Vermont. If you've ever seen the movie Baby Boom, it's right back there. What's this? Was this Paris, Vermont, or Peru, Vermont? Peru. The town of Peru, Vermont. And that's the general store from the movie also. And then if you've seen a different movie, I think I made a mark on here somewhere. Or I was going to. Anyway, somewhere in this area here, not too far from there, is the house from the movie Funny Farm with Chevy Chase. I thought I marked it, but I guess not. I don't think it's actually marked on here. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, Dana's story is that, she's a fashion writer, workaholic. She's in her 40s, just a little bit younger than Beatrice. She's constantly going through the midlife crisis, both in my story and in the game, because it just happens that way. She's she goes to do the gardening, she gets a hangnail, just everything just goes wrong with her all the time. She had not seen her family in at least 2 years. Didn't go to the birth of her niece, didn't go to the wedding, didn't go to nothing, hadn't seen her mother or father. She was gonna go to the birthday party for her niece. But the game, literally cooperated with my story. Because I was looking for a reason for her not to be able to go all of a sudden. And I had just moved her into the apartment in San Myshuno with a quake zone. And within, less than a half hour of playing, an earthquake hit. And so the story is that it had damage at the airport and flights were canceled, and including hers, and she didn't get to go to Arizona. Well, in the meantime, in Arizona, while they were having a party, the nanny who we just met, Timothy Brooks, was the nanny over in Arizona for Sydney. He was in the nursery / bedroom with the baby, with the door closed, while the rest of the people were out in the kitchen getting started with baking a cake and all that. And there was a part in the oven which was supposed to have been recalled years ago, and one of them older ovens. There was a stove fire that they quickly put out. It didn't kill anybody, even though I was trying to use the fire to kill them. The problem is that they were not in a closed kitchen. It was a wide open, kitchen, living room, whatever. They were able to stay away from the fire. But I had to use the killer rabbit cheat, even though I thought it said killer robot. So the story is that the part in the oven made by the old Rabbit brand, when it caught fire, the like rubber or whatever that's in there in the gasket. Something. Well, there was toxic fumes from that when that caught when that got you know caught on fire and stuff, and all the adults except for Timothy and the baby died from breathing in that stuff. And a few days later, Timothy brought the baby to Dana just as she was getting her mail with a telegram notifying her about her family because she didn't get the message from her phone. It was a phone call from her father, but it was actually the authorities trying to call her, and she didn't get that call. She didn't answer it or whatever. But she was getting the message while he's bringing her the baby off the elevator. So, and then soon after, she got evicted from the apartment. The neighbors kept complaining about the noise, and then the downstairs neighbors kept complaining, thinking it was her making the noise, and she got evicted instead of the other neighbors. Blaming the baby and that noise instead of the fact that the other neighbors kept being loud with all their, racket. So, fed up, she moved to the country. It's California, not Vermont, but it's still an apple orchard in the country. So let's get this. Um, Now you could always do this as like a bottom half and a top half. Yeah, that's true. Okay, you're going the wrong way because you're not going to find it there. Okay, that's the hospital. So as you can see, between those two pictures, I did a lot of work on that. You know, it's not even counting, oh wait, even better, a bright picture. Yeah, and then of course, this is actually more accurate because this is actually facing the other way, this building. Well, you could always do both pictures. No, we're not going to do both pictures. Um, now you do know that. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, let's close these. Okay, we're keeping that one open. Is this the same picture we already had open? Yeah. This one also doesn't have the plumb bob. Okay. All right. So, with that in mind, you still need the picture of her and the baby. Well, do we have one? This is, I think this is right when we got the baby. There's Beth playing her guitar up there. This is after we redid the house to put the rocking chair part back here, where it's supposed to be. Yep. Babies. Can't resist that face. She definitely likes that applesauce, or whatever that is. Ah, kids. Oh, I already looked at those. Okay. Um. Oh, that's okay. Brooke's wedding and or Caroline and Brooke's wedding. And eating their cake at their little cottage in Copperdale, the honeymoon cottage. Um, okay, yep, this was the birthday party. The the makeup birthday party. One, so that Dana could be there. Two, because the baby really didn't get to have her party. And three, so the baby would age up, but by now she's more like well, it's hard to say it like this because time wise, the events that we've been having going on would be like a half a year by now. But magazine issue wise, we're still only been going for like a month and a half. So my timeline is all messed up with that. This is Amani. This is Penny Pizzazz's adopted daughter. And Caroline's here, and this is either Cody or Lucia. I'm assuming it's Cody, the photographer, and Beatrice is here, and Timothy, the nanny. He came to town for it. So, and Cutie Patootie turned into that. What, a cutier patootier? Yeah, cutier patootier. And, thankfully she didn't really change that much. But my plan was to not change it. It seemed to be popular when the Sims ages up any, babies or toddlers, like right away we gotta go into Create a Sim and change everything about what they did. Like, can't you just go with it? Like, I realize some things don't always make sense, but, you know. Still trying to figure out how this picture ended up being after this. I might have went back in there and tried to redo the party or something. That might I know there was an issue with the where I did this and then but I did this and it wasn't the original party like I was supposed to have, cuz it's like I said we're doing this on Thursday on the calendar. And when that time arrived, I invited everybody because they weren't showing up. And then on Friday, the party happened after I'd already aged her up. So I like reloaded. I think I reloaded it. And then while I was at it, I think I took a picture of her for a before and after. I think that's what I was probably doing. If I had to guess. Or is that not? No, I think I think this is actually the same. Okay, all right. She's a toddler. She's a toddler, not an infant. Yeah, because her hair is longer, just a little bit. Okay, so that's her just kind of goofing around in the bathroom. Oh, and then of course this was the infamous "Hey, what are you doing up there?" Right before I think I had to either restart my game or restart my computer, but right after I got him off of there by moving this, Beth's mother came in and sat down at this chair while Beth was sitting over on this couch. And well, the story all changed right after that. It's like, okay, I gotta think of something because she's literally sitting right there. You're not really able to hide with her sitting there. What is this? Oh, Beatrice went and visited Cody. Um, I could probably put it right here, like because this would be a 2-page thing. Do we have? What do we have from the apartment? This was at the apartment, but she's not doing anything to make noise. Um, ah, Okay, that's at the thrift store. Dana in her apartment. Yep. Was this before or after your world was about to crash? Well, given that it's literally the same day that you've still got the baby, then no, you already had the baby. I mean, you already had her. She had already arrived. You're out on the street. Okay, I think she's taking a selfie right after she went and got her bangs cut. Because before that, she was wearing the loose layers and not the ponytail. She went and had a little consultation with her buddy Beth, and you know, one thing leads to another. As a licensed hairdresser, I know that. Would you know that if you were an unlicensed hairdresser? Well, you know, I kind of knew that before that. I just, you know. You mean you don't have to have a hairdressing license to know that one thing leads to another? No, because, you know, you just have to listen to that song. I thought I had more pictures than that, but I guess not. Nope, we're all the way back to where she was interviewing Penny. Well, let that be a lesson to you all. You want pictures, you better take them. Because once they grow up and all that, well... I mean, technically I could go back in and replay... I could just look for my game saves back then and I could replay and get more pictures of the baby, but... Because I save the game for every episode, but, Okay. This is at the baby boom house. Yeah. This is starting to build it. That's a few years old. That was before I tore that house apart and turned it into a different house. You mean Tiffany's house? Yep, Tiffany Grace Hilliard's house. World without you. Yep, yep. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You don't have any other pictures. I mean, you pretty much have this here where they're holding the baby. You got the birthday party. I mean, I think we took this picture on purpose because we were getting ready to have the party in the next episode. So I wanted to make sure I got one. I don't know what the difference is between the two. I don't know what to tell you. I would say let's get did we feed her before that? Yes, we're feeding her before that. That was a finger food. Oh, that's walls down. Okay. Okay, you don't need this open twice. Well, do you want this to be a full page or do you want to put something here? Because we could do like a was it 396 to put here of some sort. You know that's not going to work, right? Let's see, look, yeah. You pretty much want it like that. Yeah, if I put it like that, it's at the bottom of that building. Yeah. that's worth doing. Everything about this was worth doing. Is it quicker to just do it that? Alright, let's see what happens if I just go to Manage Worlds. Because I don't want that upper floor of the house. I would like to go back in there and make sure the roof is on the house, though. Nope, see. Okay. Now we'll save it. I'm gonna get up and go get some coffee real quick, folks. I'll be right back. After I plug my phone in. Okay. Alrighty. Sweet Creek, yeah. Sweet Creek. Alright. Sweet Creek in the morning, yeah. Ever-changing times. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, Beth. Okay, Beth is in Brindleton Bay. Beth is currently living here. She's currently got a roommate. Clarissa Cazares, who's trying to become... Well, hey, since I want her to be an actress, maybe I'll use her to do the actress thing. When I finally do that. But in the meantime, but yeah, this is the, it's Beth in her apartment in Brindleton Bay. And then this is the salon where she is an apprentice, and she's our hair and beauty writer. She, her father, Byron, is one of these sticks in the mud that discourages women from doing anything, or at least he was, because his father did the same thing to him. So, Byron, you're late for work, dude. Let's give you a happy. Oh, that's right. We recently gave you the whatever business thing. So, up until a recent episode, the story was Byron grew up in this house. Bridget grew up in this house. These are also the houses I made for my Grape Jelly series, which my character Norman Bailey Jr. became a video game maker in Mad Games Tycoon 2. So that was a story mashup with The Sims and Mad Games Tycoon. Norman Bailey Jr. grew up in like the 50s in this house here. both this family and this family were military families. Velvet Stewart, who lived over here, her father didn't make it home from combat or something. And, well, Norman Sr. and Patricia both had jobs. Norman Jr. spent his time over here at the babysitter's house, which was, Madeline Bailey and Norman Sr. Over here was Patricia Stewart and Henry Stewart. Henry Stewart did not make it back from combat. I believe Air Force, his plane crashed or something. But Norman Jr. and his friend Velvet Stewart grew up together, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And, you know, childhood sweethearts and all that. And Norman started designing video games, and Velvet was the graphic artist on that, because she, you know, and, Patricia was also a piano and music teacher to make money, because she just basically, like, babysat people and taught music and stuff, and that was how she made money, and the Baileys paid her also to help her keep the house. But in this story, it's, you know, Byron lived in this house, and Bridget grew up over here. Why are you all decked out? You're a nanny. What are you doing dressed like that? Second of all, get your butt over here. I mean, you're our live-in nanny, not, you know. Byron, go to work. Trisha, where are you at? Oh, you're out here talking to Haley Houghton. So, in this story, after they got married, Byron and Bridget stayed in this house, and they rent this one out to Haley Houghton, who's a writer. Because everybody in my story is a writer. In this story, anyway. I've brought back in characters from other stories, and Haley Houghton was a journalist in one of my other PB Sims of Walbert, American Truck Simulator. She was a journalist in that. I didn't quite get to that part of the story, but because at the time, what ended up happening was I wanted to do a certain thing with the truck driving game and do just like Walbert loads. And then when I started playing it, I realized that it wasn't as easy to get those loads as I needed it to be, even though there was plenty of Walbert stores in the game. You just can't guarantee that you're going to get one to do from the town you're in to the next town over, and etc., etc., and, well, I kind of gave up on that. Now, that was like 3 years ago when I first started playing ATS. I've since done a lot of ATS driving and playing, and with a lot of, I've even done it in this series here. So I currently have a character who drives trucks in ATS. But until recently, before this baby was born, Byron was a stick in the mud, constantly telling Beth, every time she'd say, I want to do this, I want to do that, like, you can't make money, women shouldn't do that, blah, 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 and it's just, she just somehow got to go to college and become a journalist, at least. She probably put herself through that for the most part, but, he barely gave anything towards that, probably. But she did that. She became a writer. She's got her own apartment. And now that she's good at the writing and got the job, it's like, well, I'm going to get my hair license whether he likes it or not. And went behind his back and was apprenticing at the salon. And then, as I mentioned, in the episode that this happened, right after I did this and got him off of here, I had Beth come over here and sit down, and I believe Dahlia was with her at the time. And I turned the camera the other way, so we were facing back towards where we're at right now. And in that episode, you all didn't get to see it because the stream accidentally ended, the internet cut out or whatever. But Bridget came through this door and sat down at this chair, and Beth is sitting over here, and she's been trying to hide this from her parents, and the gig is up. Her mother's going to find out. But then the most peculiar thing happened as I was saying it, it's like, I got up and I went to go get coffee, and I came back and I'm like, her mother's sitting at the reception desk. What is she doing there? She must have a job. And then I realized that the stream had ended and started the next episode as soon as I could and explained all this. And, well, they talked it over, and, it's like, well, you got a secret, I got a secret, Dad can't know. And they agreed on that. Well, recently, Byron and Bridget were having some problems because Byron was accusing... He didn't accuse her right away, but he suspected that at the romance festival, Bridget was flirting with Neil Diamond, the not the real Neil Diamond, but the one that's in our story. He just happens to also be a singer, but he's not the real Neil Diamond. He's not the more famous one. He's famous in the game, but he's not that one. In other words, in the game, there's two Neil Diamonds. There's the one that we have in the game, and one that we don't ever see. But, you all get that, right? One is Caroline's daddy and one is not. But Byron was assuming that Bridget was flirting with him and that they're carrying on some sort of affair behind his back. But somebody had spiked the punch, the security, and Byron was getting extra upset, went across to Honey Pop to continue his drinking as the festival was ending. Bridget came over there, not knowing anything, and, joined him for a drink, and they both got really drunk. And in the basement of Honey Pop, I have a recording studio, or studios, with pretty much any kind of recording thing you want to make, like a band recording, a commercial. Well, anyway, they ended up in one of the dressing rooms in the closet. She got pregnant. A few days later, or, a few sim days later, they had an argument here. He came home from work. She was on the couch sleeping or just barely waking up, and because she's pregnant and he doesn't know it, and maybe she didn't even necessarily know it, but he's like, what happened? Where's my dinner? Can you go make me a sandwich? And she goes to make him a sandwich and made him tuna. And he's like, what the hell is this? We don't eat tuna around here. She's like, it was on sale. I bought some tuna. He's like, what, does Neil like tuna? Something like that. And he's like, what are you talking about? And so it blew up. She called him an asshole, left the house, went and stayed with Beth. And then all of a sudden she's having a baby. Beth texted him, tried to get him to come called him, texted him, tried to get him to come to the hospital, but he was at work. He didn't show up. Well, Byron went to the bar in Glimmerbrook, because he went for a drive out in the woods, stopped at a bar. Neil just happened to show up there. And Byron just kind of, without accusing him, was talking about, something or other, and basically Neil was telling him about how Bridget's always talking about how much she loves him, and how Neil loves Rosie so much, and it's it sucks when you're fighting and stuff, and I forget how exactly it went, but Byron cooled down, and then when he checked his messages, well, hey, let's just go find it, okay? Let's just go find it. I don't know what episode that was, but did we take any pictures of it recently? Yeah, on the 30th. Because Byron came and got a makeover. Alright. That would have been 12-ish days ago. Man, I wish you would pop up the frickin' day on here, you know? By the way, just as you can see, the playlist here, you know. Okay, this is after then. So we played a little bit of Dana. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, that might have. Was that Mother's Day? No, that would have been Mother's Day. Okay, I was making the heart thingy. The hell is this? Oh yeah, that working on. Okay, I think I'm going the wrong way. That's 7 days ago. I apologize if this is like boring or something, but it's important to me. Okay, it's got to be before that because I didn't have her made yet. Okay, they've already got the baby, right? No, they don't have the baby yet. That's the argument. Yep, because she went to... Now she's staying with her. Okay. So, where's the part... Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. I replayed this, like I'm doing right now. This scene happened in an earlier episode, and then I watched it with you all. Which is what I'm trying to do right now. So this would be like the third time watching this. I'd be watching me watching this. So let's find the spot. Okay, the baby's been born. Okay, this was when he was at the bar. Alright. Alright, let's find the part where Neil comes in. I think he was playing foosball when Neil came in. Yep. Not realizing that she's a lesbian. We already know that how he felt about his daughter kissing another woman. Well, there's the culprit and his wife. Oh, sounds like I'm eating. We're not ready for that yet. Maybe I should eat while I'm eating. Oh. Sorry for the noise. Sounds like you're listening to me do that twice. Oh man, I suck at being a YouTuber, you know? I apologize for the volume thingy here if one of these is too loud. This alone, and out of nowhere, Neil came up and started playing with him. Yeah. Okay, one moment here. And out of nowhere. Come on, will you get on with it? Okay. So yeah, so Byron is just kind of playing this, and out of nowhere. Stop chatting with June and play the game. You're ruining my thing here. You had your chance to chat with her. So I don't think you even realize who you're playing with right now. And, okay, yeah, now you just realized it. Alright. So, hey Neil. You drinking anything? Yeah. I go for a JLR. Alrighty. You know what? I think I'll have one too. Oh, we got a different bartender. Oh, you ain't getting a drink? You leaving? Neil, god damn it! You ain't going nowhere. Get your ass back here. You showed up at the bar. You made the story happen this way instead of the way I was going for. We're going to have it out. So, Neil, I got something going on, and I'm not sure. It's like I need to talk to somebody about it, and I want to get somebody's perspective, and, well, you ever have any issues with thinking that maybe Rosie might be having eyes for somebody else, or anything like that? Or what would you do if you thought she was? Well, every once in a while she does stuff like that, and we end up getting in big fights over it. But we always seem to work it out. I don't think she really means it. She's just my crackling Rosie. What about you, Neil? Do you think she's ever caught you doing anything like that? Or accused you of it? Well, I don't know. I haven't really meant to look like at anybody like that. Sometimes she's thought I did, but I wish she understood I only love her. There ain't nobody else I want. So there's nobody else that you would look at anywhere that you think of that would ever make you want to not be with Rosie? No. Don't you feel the same way when you're looking at Bridget? Yeah, you definitely hit the nail on that head. I don't know how I got the same name as some famous singer, dude. I wanted to be a singer too, and I've become a singer, but every once in a while I sing some of his songs, and people start to think I'm a real guy, but I'm not. But I don't know. I just, one thing about music is, gee, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I hear you there. So, have you ever thought maybe Bridget has ever maybe gave you, I don't know, loving glances or anything? No, I mean, there's very few people that, I'm good at singing, but there's very few people that laugh at my jokes. And, she laughs at my jokes occasionally. Of course, Rosie cracks up a bit over them too, so I guess that's why I love her so much, but one thing's for sure, that Bridget sure does talk a lot about you. She does, eh? Oops, sorry. Yeah, you got a good one there. Whatever you gotta do, don't let her get away from you. I get the feeling sometimes she's a little, she gets the look in her eyes like there's things she wants to do, and it's almost like she wants to tell you, but she can't. I don't know what, but just, I get that feeling about somebody sometimes. Like my parents didn't want me to become a singer, and, well, I'm not doing too great at it. I ain't made it big like the other Neil, but I can't help it. I gotta do it. So I don't know what she's got going on, but if you and her are having any kind of trouble, and I don't mean to pry, but you might want to ask her something about something. I don't know, but she seemed a little lost. She's still laughing at my jokes, but you just tell that look in somebody's eyes, like, oddly enough, I kind of, when I look at you, you got a similar look. Like maybe there's something you want to do. Yeah, I don't exactly like wearing this suit. I didn't think you did. You put on a good show there, Byron. I'm gonna have to learn how to not act so much with Bridget. I think she's already bought the ticket for life, and I don't think she's running for the exits. You think so? Well, no one ever knows that for sure, but I think it's best you find out before it's too late. I mean, if you thinking that maybe she having some eyes for somebody, well, you can either try to get her back to looking at you, or and I guess you'll have to let whatever happens happens and face the music afterward. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I feel like such an idiot. Well, thanks for the drink. Yeah, Neil, I wasn't expecting to have this talk, but you've been a great help. Anytime, buddy. Oh, yeah, gotta put him back in his house. I apologize for the mouse thing. I can't help that. I wish I didn't go zooming in and out, but it's like my hand is on the damn thing all the time. And I'm so in the moment with the story that it happens. And I'm sorry if that annoys people. I wish I wasn't doing it. There I am doing it again. One moment, I gotta let the dogs out upstairs because I hear one of them barking his head off, so. Alright, so. Okay, so. He knows it's late at night. He gets the text. What is he gonna? Does he know where she lives? Yeah. All right. So I gotta set that up. So by this point, she has had the baby, and he didn't come to the hospital. How do I want to go about this? It's sending me one too. Just want to know if I'm okay. What are you going to tell him? Well, I don't know. You think I should let him sweat it out a little bit? Mom? I don't know about you, but we need to fix this stuff. We need to either fix it or find out and move on. I can't keep living my life like this, hiding from him. You can't keep living your life hiding from him. You know, this is not the Dark Ages. Just because there's a few stupid men out there that still think women should never wear pants, it don't mean that it's so. We gotta do something. We gotta tell him the truth. We gotta make him see that we have the right to have our lives too. You don't have to be his slave. mean, you wanna play the housewife role, and you know, that's on you. But he needs to come to terms with the modern couple. You know, this ain't the days of Leave It to Beaver no more. I can't keep holding myself back, worrying about what he's going to think of what I'm doing. I'm not giving up what I'm doing. I'm going to be a hairdresser whether he likes it or not. Whether it makes money or not. I'm going to get that license. And whether I stay being a writer or not, or stay being a hairdresser or not, is going to be my decision. He's going to have to just chill. You know, I'm allowed to fail. Yeah. I agree. But, you know, Mom, he's going to be in for a shock when he sees you. Now, you plan on wiping off that makeup, or are you going to keep it on when he finally sees you? You know, you going to leave your war paint on? Well, we're going to take it a step further. You're going to show me how to do it. Heck, I might have to get myself one of them beauty vlogs. It's like, watch how an amateur does her makeup. Well, you know, there's lots of people who like to look at that stuff. We all gotta learn somehow. And do our own thing. You know, it's one thing about me. I do a lot of reporting on makeup trends and whatnot, but I always try to also include some of the stuff that other people are doing. You know, not everybody's following the trend. I guess that's the point with Daddy. What he thinks is trendy ain't exactly what's trendy anymore. Yeah, you're right. What are we gonna do? Well, I'm gonna have him meet me there. Where? I'm gonna have him come to the salon while you're not there. You know, I'm gonna tell him everything that I've been doing. And if he can't handle that, well, he's probably not ready to see you. You gonna do that for me? No, I'm doing that for all of us. Like I said, this has to stop. We either gotta find out, or we gotta find out. No more hiding. You know, I'm not a kid anymore, but I don't know about you, but I don't want to see him raise Brindle that way. Brindle needs to be able to choose for herself. This world's getting tougher out there, and she's gonna have a hard time if she can't think for herself. Yeah, you're right. We definitely want her to be strong. Just remember, Mom, you're sitting here at this table because you already are. You could have just stayed there and took it from them. But you did what you needed to do. But Daddy's still a good man, and neither of you have actually cheated on each other, so we're gonna have to fix this. Yep, you are right, my daughter. Alright. So I guess I'm gonna book him for an appointment. Now, if things go well, are you going to be ready if I bring him back here? You better be ready to apologize to me, because I have nothing to apologize for. He's not coming to... I am not talking to him if he still thinks I cheated on him. That's the bottom line. I got no problem telling him about the other stuff and about the baby. But if he thinks I cheated on him, I got nothing to say to him. He needs to say he's sorry. I agree, Mom. And I'm not bringing him back here, showing him where you're at. Unless he does. If he ain't ready, then I'm not ready. All right.
Gypsy, you loud?
No. You come over here. You're not in here yet. Damn it. Hey, is everyone okay? Look, Daddy, we're all fine. But, you know there's some things going on here, and, well, there's a lot more than you know. But, we're going to take things one step at a time. So, you know where she's at? I might. But we're not going there. We got some things to work out. You got some things to work out with me. And if we work it out, we'll move on from there. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have breakfast. And I'm buying. That is if I remember to have her pay. Wow. Got some real good breakfast choices here. Let's see. What if there's something that they always used to like to eat? Now, we already did pizza the other day. Maybe there's something they always used to eat for breakfast, even though it wasn't breakfast food. Well, she could always buy him a steak for breakfast. The ham costs more than the steak. The ham is the turkey dinner is the most expensive, but wow, I can't tell the difference between these. Alright, they're gonna have franks and beans, maybe. No. Mac and cheese? T-bone steak? No. I don't remember what I chose. It might have been a burger. Let's do the ham. I don't... No, let's do BLTs. Yeah, do BLTs. I definitely didn't remember that. So, we're doing coffee and BLTs, right? Yeah, you know we are. So, Dad, I see you're drawing on your placemat there. Yeah. I've always liked drawing. Really? You like to draw? Oh, yeah. You know, I used to read a lot of comic books when I was a kid, or at least I tried to. And I used to like to draw. But, you know, my dad, you know, your grandpa, he, well, you know, you can't make money doing that, right? That's what I hear. I've heard somebody say something like that before. But Dad, if money wasn't the issue, and you just wanted to do what you love, and let's say you didn't have a family to worry about, would you have become an artist? Would you have drawn for comic books? Would you have tried it? I mean, are you only not doing that because your daddy told you it's not good for you? No, it's hard to admit, but yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. So Daddy, what do you really think about jobs in general? And does it really matter to you what job I have? If I'm doing something I love and I'm not really struggling like you think I will. I mean, nobody wants to struggle. I mean, we don't want to be a starving artist, but do you want me to be happy? Or do you want me to just have money? I mean, if every time I saw you from now on, I was miserable looking, would you want me around? Are you expecting me to get married to some guy that I haven't met yet? You know, or is having a family the only thing that's important to you? You know, what if I don't know if I want kids. You know, I mean, Daddy, would you want more kids? You know, you're the second best thing to ever happen to me. I mean, I'm one of the luckiest guys in the world. You know, I'm one of the few that grew up next to the woman that he was going to marry. And we got to have a child together. And, yeah. What do you got to say there, Dad? Well, I've only ever wanted the best for you. And I'm sorry if I've said things that discouraged you. It's so hard. Everything I ever do, I just hear my daddy's voice. I'm worried about disappointing him. Exactly, Dad. It's so hard to shake that. I don't want to worry about disappointing you anymore. Well, you haven't so far. And I think you're old enough now. I guess I gotta confess something to you, since we're on the subject. A little while back, you were at one of them festivals, one of them romance festivals, and well, I think you were with one of your coworkers, and I guess you were getting a little extra flirty from that tea they got there, and I saw you kiss her. And, well, I'm very sorry for meddling, but I told her not to be with you. I told her to leave you alone. Well, I am very upset with you for that. Dana's the type that she can take care of herself, and I don't think you could have stopped her if she really wanted to be with me. I mean, she's my best friend, and she's always going to be my best friend, but I just don't think we're going to have more than that, and I'm still not sure who I am. I mean, I'm definitely attracted to women, but at the same time, I'd love to have a family. I mean, I just want to be happy. This world makes it hard for people to be happy, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, and I've been noticing a lot of them, a lot of them people seem to think they're in charge again, and I'm sorry if it seemed like I was one of them.
Turkey, shucks of fazoo, huh? Reba, knife roots. Maybe Saponario. Phoebe, Rinkashabo. Oh, Bonnie, Jessene.
Susu.
Reba, knife Reba, Maybe Saponario.
So when we get done with this, Dad, I got somewhere to take you nearby. Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna. We're not going where you think we're going.
Reba, knife loop. Maybe Saponario.
Hey, you just stay back there and keep it to yourself. We're not talking to you.
Vola Shaka Teeps.
Huh? Klets?
Siglona.
Oh, Fina. Yibsy.
Can Kubu Kweba?
So, you gonna finish your drawing?
Spinay?
Looks like you got a good one going there.
Cherie?
Snaby, Saquinario. Sheepy, Chilbina. Zubo, Funa. GPT.
Skiba, you move. Sorbin nerves. Alfonso. Nipum rimple. Kuya shape. Spinoza. Lamita Noonkin. Shape it. Aha. Lunchy. Kay West. Chavez Turca. Alright. Well, Narget maybe. Straight back. Serena.
Sheepy, Chilbina. Ronnie Squamish. Dasi Wibberling.
Swande Schwema. Benarp Chefs. Through ya. Bahira Turinge. Funobe.
Benisha Allurba.
Alright, let's go.
Skeeves, Sepula,
Okay, that sounds like an idea. We got the nanny there, so that can be the last surprise. So where are we going? Well, we're going this way, Dad. I hope it's not too much further. I'm getting cold. I didn't wear my coat. It's right in here, Dad. So, what are we doing here? You working on an article or something? I guess you could say that, Dad. Pretty much the most important article of my life. Come on upstairs with me. Are you,
Okay.
Are you working here? Well, I'm not technically an employee. I'm doing the apprenticeship program. Rather than going to school, I'm doing an apprenticeship in a salon. It takes longer, but I can get paid while I'm doing it. Unlike with school. And I can keep my other job too. I've been making it work. So you're enjoying it, right? Yeah, I have no regrets at all. I love it. Well, thankfully, I haven't had any difficult people yet. Well, that's a good thing. I'd like to ask a favor of you, Dad. Let's go back down. Tigers win! That's 5 in a row for the Tigers. Yeah, but they lost today. 2 weeks later. Okay. You know, it's weird. I'm talking. This is me talking, not them. I always assumed that I was gonna have to do the he catches her in the act thing. This is weird doing something different. Okay, we'll get on with it. Yeah, come on. Come on, me. Get on with it.
I'm going to have to go get some coffee in a second. But,
Oh, no, you won't.
You know, all that good stuff. Alright, so we've gotten to the point where this story is finally, this particular part of the story is being tied up a bit. So, Dad, you trust me? Do I have a choice? Well, one thing about me is I'm not like that. You know, anytime at all, anybody that ever sits in my chair can feel free to sit somewhere else or walk out the door. I don't like pressuring people. One second, I gotta get some music going. Bridget, come on. Well, at least I can control you.
Floy Masharnu?
Noble.
Oh, yo-yo.
Really? Really? You're really going to town on him, ain't you? Of all the things for you to be doing first, he ain't no news anchor. Now, if I wouldn't have squished his face in, it'd probably look a little different. Clark Kent. Really? I clicked, that's not short. railway stations.
Ooh.
No train in the morning, babe. Patience. Little time, little train, nothing. My life in railway stations. Yes, I spend my life in railway stations. No, that's Uncle Donald. We can't do the Uncle Donald. Patience. A little bit of color. Treat him well, he's your brother. Love won't need his help one day. We depend on one another. Loving that's the way. The road that we go, we all need words of comfort and compassion. Treat him well, he is your brother. Then that's the only way. The sea, man on the street, everyone saying, treat him well, he is your brother. You might need his help one day. We depend on one another. Okay, that's long hair being swept back here. So she's got a lot of length to work with, and the part is over here. So that one's possible. He ain't getting that one though. No. Need his help one day. need his help one day. Okay, that's similar to what he had, just some of it's shorter. Now that's combed over a little bit, but... Sweet. I have patience. Love isn't just a sensation. Every time it gets rough, love isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Sweet, our love is bittersweet. Feeling. Love isn't just a holy day. Isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Sweet, our love is bittersweet. You know what? That's pretty much what he has, but trimmed. Those pieces are not as long as the other one. Let's compare. Time will go, darling, I know you have patience. Losing just a sensation. Some of the time it gets rough. Love isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Sweet, our love is bittersweet. Love is the reason for living. Love isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Our love is bittersweet. Patience. Love isn't just a sensation. Every time it gets rough. Love isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Sweet, our love is bittersweet. There's a reason for me. Love isn't easy, but it sure is hard enough. Everything's going right. Without you, I'm feeling blue, and I don't know what to do. Darling, why don't you give me a call? Ring, happiest sound of them all. Ring, I stare at the phone on the wall. And I sit all alone impatiently. So please understand I need to be silent. Why don't you give me a call? Ring, won't you give me a call? And now you're gone. Hey, did I do something wrong? I can't believe I'd be so badly mistaken. Was it you? Tell me are we really through? That is okay. Even forget. Ring, would you give me a call? Ring, ring, happy sign of them all. Ring, ring, I stare at my phone on the wall. And I sit all alone impatiently. Please understand I need to be sorry. Won't you give me a call? Okay, it's the one next to this one. So underneath the two-tone, it's got the whatever the hell symbol that is. And it's next to the Bart Simpson here. Bart Simpson, whatever you call that, the natural hair. I wanted to call you did surrender. Oh yes. Now that nothing can mean quite a similar way. The history books on the shelf are always repeating itself. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promised to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. I'm rubbing my eye. Yeah? Yeah. Well, stop it. I'm trying to. I do hold you back, but you were stronger. Oh, yeah. Now it seems my only chance is giving up the fight. How can I ever refuse? Feel like I win when I lose. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war.
Oh,
Waterloo,
ready.
promised to
Right, we ain't got time for this. We gotta get on with this. Finish up the makeover already.
He doesn't know what it is. A lot of people do get burnout. It's not an easy thing to do. What it is. So you like it here? I saw what those expressions.
No. Bea.
So you like it here? I saw what those expressions on your face while you were working there. You definitely look happy. I guess the secret to this is not about how much you get paid to start out. It's that you're going to stick with it. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. A lot of people do get burned out. It's not an easy thing to do. Especially gets hard when people book appointments and then they don't show up. Yeah. There's too many people out there that don't respect hairdressers that way. They wouldn't miss a doctor appointment, but they don't care if they have to cancel on a hairdresser. Health versus hair. They're not going to necessarily cancel a doctor appointment. Stupid checkups and all that, they might cancel those, but... Now, Daddy, can we sit and chat for a minute? Because we gotta work some things out here. We're making some good progress, but...
Kisanis, Navy, Ompafree, Navy, Saquinario.
So, Mom told me what happened, right? Or at least she told me her version. Do you really think Mama would ever cheat on you? I found out that I really was wrong. And I'm gonna have to live with that. Whether I make it up to her or not, I'm still gonna have to live with the fact that I accused her. Well, you know how I've been hiding things from you. Yeah. Well, I've got nothing left to hide. But I'm gonna need you to understand that there's some things going on with Mama that you may or may not have liked, and you may still not like them. But she's not cheating on you. But the way you've been for all these years, Just like I felt like I had no choice. There's some things she's done, but she's felt like she's had no choice. We just want to live, Dad. You know, we just wanted to be happy, and we just wanted to live and experience things. We're both hoping that, knowing that you might understand what I'm doing, that perhaps you'd understand what she was doing. What do you mean, was? Well, I don't know if she's still going to be doing those things, but that's not really the important part here. Daddy, I'm gonna need you to do something. And I'm hoping that I don't have to tell you what that is, that you already know what you need to do. We need to take a little trip somewhere first. Yeah, I suppose you're right, we do. Alright. If you're ready to go, I'm ready. I'm just gonna go change back into my other outfit. I'll be right back.
Okay, folks, one moment here in present day. I'm gonna go warm up my coffee for real. Well, alright, sorry about that. I mean, I realize I could have let y'all just watch the thing without me, but I'm watching it too. So, let's get back to it.
So, now where are we going? Well, I texted Mom, and she's gonna be there. She had to make some arrangements, but she's gonna be at the place where we're going first. But you ready to say what you need to say, right? I'm not going to tell you what to say, but if you don't say what you need to say, look, I'm nothing but sorry. I'm going to be sorry for the rest of my life, but
Hey, Finn.
we're just going to have to work this out. You're going to keep a positive attitude, right, Dad? Because you're going to need it. I don't think you understand what's going on, but well, I gotta stop talking because I don't want to ruin it. Okay, well, I have no clue who that is at the moment, but whatever. Oh, that dude. So, so we're back here again? Yes, we are, Dad. Now remember, when you walk through that door, no matter what, no matter what, yeah, no matter what. So, where is she? Really, Dad? Where is she? Seriously? Oh my gosh. I see you and Beth had some fun. Yeah. You got anything to say to me? Hey.
Oh, no.
You fill me, you delight me, you please me, excite me, you're something I've been feeling. I love you, I adore you, I lay my life before you, I'll have you want me more and more. And finally it seems the long days are through. I've been waiting for you.
Come on, get on with it.
Biff? Lesame. No, Barasa. Yazif Boyki.
Okay, dude, like, lady. No. Okay, you can sit down if you need to, but I really prefer you would have stayed standing. So, I see Beth got a hold of you too, huh? Yeah. Well, she probably did a much better job on you. You know, it's, we really have the best daughter, don't we? We sure do. You know, if it wasn't for the idiot that I've been all these years, we could have perfect. And I've almost blown it. I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you never took me back. I was so wrong. How could I ever think that she would ever leave me? that you'd ever love somebody else. And I don't mean that in a I'm better than them way. I just mean if I couldn't tell that by the way you've always looked at me, then a fool am I. So, is there something you need to tell me or want to tell me or? Not quite yet. I still need something from you. Oh, too bad they can't apologize when they haven't done anything wrong. Oh well. Bridget, I am sorry. I am so sorry. I'm always going to be sorry. I'm sorry if I've ever held you back from anything. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'm sorry for ever thinking you would cheat or even have eyes for another man or woman. I'm sorry for all the things I've done. I'm sorry for the way I've treated you. You're not my slave. And if you never made another meal for me or cleaned for me or any of that ever again, you wouldn't hear a peep out of me. I only care that you're happy. And I care that our daughter is happy. I know that those two things would definitely make me happy. I wouldn't be able to live without either of you. And you feel free to take all the time you need. I'm not asking that you come home unless you want to. And if you want the house, it's yours. But I am sorry. I love you and I'm sorry. Give her the placemat. Here we go. Here, Mommy, I drew you a picture.
Zaryusa presume.
Oh.
Say bow. Yeah.
Hey. More. You ain't done. Stop stopping what I'm telling you to do and do the thing I need you to do. I didn't know what kind you liked, so I got you extras. I was gonna have him start that garden in front of the house, but I forgot. It's something she's been meaning to do. Yeah, I know these are your favorites. Strawberry chocolates. You do know that, right? you know I love those. Yes. I can still remember the smell of them from the first time I saw you eating them. No. Get up. Get up. Oh, she gave us one. No, we've already established that we're capable of that. We're getting to that. Will you forgive me? You're ruining the mood here. Quit sitting down. Of course, you stupid lug. Yeah, sure. Really? I didn't even know that. I didn't know they were fighting. So yeah, damn right they don't kiss and make up. Damn it! Do that! Maybe that's because he gave her the flowers. Maybe that's what is causing that. Now, before we go any further, we've got some serious things we need to talk about. That we've established that I would never cheat on you, right? And there's no way I would do that. Yes. Yes, I believe you. Because we need to go somewhere. And we need to see someone. There is somebody I've been seeing within the past few days. Somebody that I love very much. And I want you to meet this person. I don't understand. Well, I think you will when you meet this person. You're just gonna have to trust me. You're just gonna have to trust me. Okay. By the way, I've been working here for about a month. They had a receptionist job open, and I took the job. And I don't care what you think about that. I may or may not keep the job. I may try other jobs. Do you have any problem with any of that? Never again. I'm not going to let my father's voice tear my life apart anymore. I've got some things I want to do too. And we're just going to have to work it out. Figure out how we can all do what we want to do. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. But let's get going. We're kind of running behind. Time's almost up. Really? We're on that kind of schedule? Yeah. Suppose we better go grab this baby before it starts crying. No. Come here. All right, there we go. Stay here for a second. Suppose we better go grab this baby before it starts crying. That was me talking, not her. So, Byron, this is your daughter, Brindle.
Huda Pi Glory.
Valpim?
My daughter?
Oh.
Susu.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wapina.
Oh, gosh. Oh. Ooh, plugim.
Amudio. Rivuda.
I'm father again.
Oh, in a bush.
Susu.
Yep.
Oh.
Amudio.
Oh.
Rivuda. Wait.
Yeah, Dad, you are.
Nasibi? Depora?
Yeah.
Valpim? Mel Saba.
Okay, young lady, you just go take a fucking bubble bath and get out of the way.
Ganga. The door. Flony. Neba. Hana.
Duffy. Bensil.
Oh, new.
McCoy.
Vipid Palifa.
So, what do you think? Well, obviously I'm the luckiest guy on the planet.
Gribbix. Fatamoy. Ebony Sycophus.
From Chima.
Rafa.
Hema.
Oh, Quexel. Oh, Lauren.
Hey, stop that. That's how this happened in the first place.
Oh,
Oh, Polino.
I don't care. We may be getting older, but I don't care. If this is our family, so be it. If it gets bigger, I will welcome that too. I just want us. I want you. I want Beth. I am thrilled. I am thrilled to meet Brindle. I don't. What more could I ask for? But if it comes my way, I'll take it. So, I guess you'll be going up in the attic and, getting a few of them things out, eh? Yeah, we still got a few things up there. Gotta be careful with them, well, we can't really use them old cribs, because, they're not really as safe as, them newer ones. But yeah, well, we aren't exactly as we're not on the hard times we were back then. If we need new stuff, we can get it. We don't have to use the used stuff. So, I only have this place until today. I either have to pay some more, or you just say no more, because you don't need to be here. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to do some traveling to see you. It's been nice having you here. You damn right she does. Hey, Mom. I can bring this stuff over, if you want to gather up just the bare minimum and head on home with Daddy. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Thank you, dear.
Zimzay, Blaine.
What are we gonna do now? Well, they're moving back in to the great jelly houses. Beth is gonna stay put at the apartment, but she's not gonna be that much of a stranger at home either. She doesn't have to worry about Doesn't have to worry about Daddy anymore. You know. And you're the nanny. You're the banana nanny? Yeah, the banana nanny. Let's see, 92, so okay, 93, 070. That's going to be 4, 6.
Come on, do the math already.
Ebony Flurba. Vemboy Barovi. Gunganansa. Vobal Soapy. Piff of the Zoo. Need.
Redna, Kalidna, Rack, Washinoiba, Kunzit.
Okay, did I do any more storytelling, or am I just having them do this stuff?
Washinoid. Asanoy.
Alright, that's pretty much it for that part of the story. So, that was in that was 14 episodes ago. So for those who were joined us a little bit late today, in this episode, what we've been doing so far, up until that bit of a break for the story, is I've been putting together kind of like an intro type magazine, a bio. Like when I go to do my intro at the beginning of an episode, I can kind of just pop this open. Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our magazine is 10 years old. It was started in 1998. The disclaimer page for the parts here. Our original thumbnail with the different magazine covers, and then I've done some like little individual bio work so far. So talking about Beatrice, talking about Jocelyn, talking about Dana, and then about Dana's move to the baby boom house and making the baby food. Beth, who we were just showing, and I'd probably give an update on her with a page. I plan on inserting more pages. Caroline got married to Brooke. They've got their 2 sets of twins. And I made an image. Well, actually, I made 4 images and combined them all so that they were all looking forward. This is not photoshopped, it's painted. I use Microsoft Paint, not Photoshop. Okay? There's a difference. I don't have Photoshop. Ignore this part, that's extra pages for copying over. Okay, we better get Byron off to work, though.
Shia?
Aye. Hey, you. Do some laundry. Go wash. Go. Oh, you don't want to wash it in the wash tub? Oh, you're too tense? Well. Yeah, go take a bath.
Whopping off. Essence pillows. Oh, Lurvy, quick snosh. Hello, kid up. Oh, do
Okay, where's the freaking feed? Oh, there it is.
Sator.
Give her some food.
Amudio. Effajoy. Amudio. Kapuna. Birosh. Amujunubu. Aha. Griffix Palifa. Zamoisa. Revuda. Amichu. Midawix. Kombipa Meshka.
Level 4 already. Hey, Byron's home and he didn't get fired. Byron, you want to do some art? Let's get Byron, here. Byron, teleport here. What the hell are you wearing? Oh, he's a mailroom clerk, remember? Oh, yeah. Because we just started the career, even though in reality he's, way further ahead than that. Or story-wise he is. Okay. Let's get you an easel. Easel his pain? Yes, let's easel his pain. That's not a flying pig, is it? Hope not. Oh, your daughter just became good friends with you, huh?
Yips.
Oh.
Veruda. Hey, Finn.
One second here. It's really annoying when I don't have them on. Alright, we're going to leave them right there. Because they're doing happy stuff right now. We're not gonna meddle too much with that. I do need to remember to have Beth bring that stuff by. or at least copy the room. You know, let's do that right now. Let's make a room out of that and save the room and transport it that way. Not including the baby. There better not be a baby in there. Okay, this is the Pepperstone Park Studio Apartments. This is Beth's apartment here. Her mom was renting out these two, or one that's connected. Okay, we need to get rid of this. Because I don't want to accidentally add a baby. Oh. I suppose we can reuse some of this stuff at some point. No. Need to be able to see if I had anything. I know I had something on this wall here, but... Okay. Alright, well, here. Place one down here so I can see whether or not there was anything on that damn wall. There was this stuff. Alright. Okay, so go undo. And undo again. It's really annoying when I can't get in there. You know? I don't know what the hell the problem is with this damn game, but it just, you know, let me in there. You know, why do I have to play with the freaking walls down just because of the stupid roof being there? I can't see if the doors are there. I can't, you know. Just stop it. Here, let's just place one down here. Get it over with. We'll just plop a nursery right here. Oh, look at that. You got more than one. Yeah. Well, that's okay. Just leave that there. Oh. Okay, so he's going to do his art. He can do his art right here. And then you can keep an eye on the baby. The crying furniture. Yes, the crying furniture. Don't want no more of the crying game. Well, stop having your Sims have babies if you don't want no more of the crying game. Because, you know, you're the one that's making it happen. Okay. So we'll probably work some more on this, along with the other things we're doing. Because I mean, I don't want to do the same thing all the time, you know. But this is a nice project to work on. I mean, if anything, I'm making a magazine. You got a lot of stuff to close here. Yeah. Okay, well, we can close this one because we finished that. We can close that because we don't need to have that open. And we ended up using the other one, so we don't need to use that. What's this? Oh, okay. The other half of this. Well, it's 3 o'clock. Let's see, what do I want to do now? Do I want to do anything, or do I want to stop? Well, I suppose we get a picture of Cody and the horses and stuff real quick, maybe. Is it nighttime right now? Oh, she's dancing. I thought she looked like she was running, like as if she was running towards a fire or something.
Arbo? Narshaya? Oh. Una. Oh. Mitzel. Him boy. Bajelja. Oh, you don't know. Quunk Bajelja.
I do like that she can do that while somebody's riding.
Bonji?
Whoa, hey. Stop. Don't be going anywhere. Because you're splitting off here, and I don't want you splitting off. I'm trying to get a picture here.
Second A. You're real.
Oh, for crying out loud. Oh.
Bonji? Second A. You're real. Shrupaza! Pues.
Well, never mind that. Let's go get a picture of Cassandra and her mom. That sounds simple enough to do. Maybe Marcus. Maybe we can invite Marcus over. I'm not going to go too much longer, though. I work at 11 today, so I got, still got quite a few hours of sleep here, but I'm not going to stay up very much longer here. You want to temporarily add her so she can be the photographer? Or at least, yeah, let's do that.
Gibbs. For room. Huh. Oh, Illinois. Symphony Frost. Sinoshe. Jalurba Kitsuni.
No, 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 no. Go home. Go home.
Eko Haben. Nabateen.
Lorfi.
Not the Kodan Armada. That's not her name. That's what it looked like. Oh, there he is. What the hell did that do? Well, that ain't gonna work because you're gonna be turned that direction. Okay, oh well. Just can't quite seem to... I don't think that would be brighter. Anyway, we'll have to add something else for her. You know, maybe her working out or something. I don't know. But I think that's where we're going to call it. So I can get some sleep and not have to fall asleep as much tomorrow night during that stream. But it's been a good run so far. You know, we're on the countdown now to 200 episodes. Now we've hit 150. I plan to get there. It'd be nice if we weren't still on the May issue by the time I get there, but, you know, who knows? I'm still working some things out here with, It's amazing how it's like you've had all this stuff happening in only a matter of weeks. I mean, Bridget was pregnant, gave birth in only a couple of days. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of happens that way. Yeah, we'll work on. We'll figure out what house we're playing tomorrow. Maybe we'll come back in here and get a different photo for whatever. Maybe get a picture of them all riding bikes or something. Or maybe I'll get a separate picture, you know, one with her and Marcus, and then one with her and her mom. So anyway, thank you to whoever you are that is in this number. I appreciate that. So, thank you to everybody who watched not only this episode, but if you were around for today's earlier episode, or yesterday's earlier episode, when we did 149, as it was my day off, and I did 2 streams. So, thank you to those who are watching. Thanks for any likes and subscribes and all that good stuff, if anybody wanted to do any of that. I hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in the next one, whichever one it is that you decide to watch when the time is right for you. I hope everybody's enjoying. And until I see you again, bye-bye for now.